Invado just subscribed. It's so spooky out here, sees 1A.
What in the heck is this that I am looking at? What is this? Can I not zoom in here? Why does Twitch say subscribe to earn drops for Duolingo? What in the world am I looking at? When did that happen? What the heck? Hello, hello. And welcome to How. Thank you, Emoto, for 77 months subscribed. Patches. I don't typically update all of my things, so I am quite concerned and confused because my current chat is broken. I was gonna stream yesterday. Everything was fine. There was an update, so I decided to get it. And now YouTube here is broken. It's only Twitch. So we'll do some problem solving here for a little bit. And then I also have some stream art that I want to update a bit before I get into the real art that I want to do. And then if I have time, I will do some more Pro America updates and refining. I have been doing a lot of research, taking in a lot of ideas. So first let me get streamer bot updated. Like this was all perfectly fine yesterday before I updated. Then I updated and now it's just who knows what. I have no idea. Okay, let me see if I can reconnect YouTube, please. Broadcaster account. Connect your streaming account. Okay, let me see if I can hide this for a little bit. I'll put on the music again, I suppose. Wild troubleshooting. This is gonna launch in my my primary browser though, right? That's gonna suck because I tried to compartmentalize all of my... Fuck. How do I do this without killing everything else? Why can't people just make updates that are good and don't break everything I already have in place? Developers, 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 stop breaking your stuff. I'm gonna hate this. Okay, I clicked it. I clicked it. I'm fucked. I'm fucked, guys. Oh wait, hang on. I can copy this link. Here. Fuck. Okay, now I'll do that later. What I'll do now, instead, my temporary workaround is I will enable one of my older stream chats. Chat. Fuck, but then I gotta open... I have to actually keep open my YouTube chat as a pop-out. Okay, let me... Did not receive authentication from YouTube within 60 seconds of boarding. Yeah, I figured. Okay, so I gotta do one of these again, like I'm a fucking peasant. Have two different chats open. Because StreamerBot decided to break. 1, 2. Yeah, so Twitch shows up here on the overlay, but YouTube does not. Which one of these is YouTube? Is this one YouTube? Oh, this one is YouTube, but I need... Fuck. The video ID. Do that. I think that'll appear there. Okay. Borked. Borked no longer. That should appear. However, that'll interfere with Twitch. They'll be right on top of each other. Move this guy up. Okay, so as long as Twitch chat doesn't get spammed, We should be good. They should be YouTube up here and Twitch down there. Okay. That is suitable enough. Even though it is obnoxious. If anybody here knows how to talk to the computer people, please ask them to stop breaking stuff when they update. That would be greatly appreciated. I think it happened with OBS with me. And now with StreamerBot as well. For some reason at one point, a month ago, when I wanted to stream, OBS decided for some reason to uncheck browser hardware acceleration, so my game was running at like 5 frames per second. It reminds me of the good old days when I was on my laptop playing League, trying to climb to gold. Every time I opened the shop or I shot out a blitzcrank hook, my frames dropped to 0 for like a quarter of a second. Good times. Okay. Okay, so first thing I want to do is I want to add my Substack here on the slideshow. I may need to keep hiding the screen here from time to time, since I'm not sure if I'm going to be pulling open the correct file. Let's see, what's this? This looks like the correct one. Does it have my obsidian? It does have obsidian here. I should really group these. This is way too messy. Okay, this is fun and games. Might as well start the future-proofing now since we're here. It's fun and games. This is Blue Sky. BS for short. Okay. This is, where would I use this? Where's my directory? Look. I think that's for obsidian. So we'll grab this, we'll grab my gray obsidian, and then the link there. For today, I do think I kind of have just sort of a chill environment for a little bit while I get a couple of things done, like this artwork, and then just chatting. If anybody is in chat. Chat, is this real? So just chilling for a little bit before I get into any real stuff. If I get into any real stuff at all today, which I'm not sure if I will. Let's see, where's Twitch? Twitch subs. Is this Twitch? Is Prime Gaming even still a thing? Aren't they gonna get... Let me read that article actually. Or I guess it wasn't an article, it was a thing about Prime, Amazon, fuck. Amazon Prime. I guess we'll do Amazon Twitch Prime. Is it Luma? Luna. What's that about? here is a Reddit post. I have no idea if this is true or accurate. Let's investigate. Investigating. On the Twitch subreddit, Prime Gaming is joining Luna Standard. Just got this email from Twitch. Today, Amazon confirmed that it is retiring the Prime Gaming brand, so I guess I might have to update this. But we'll keep it like this for the time being. The Prime Gaming brand, but fear not that the Prime benefits available on Twitch are not changing. For now. Viewers who have linked their Twitch and Amazon accounts and have an active Prime membership will continue to receive 1 free Twitch channel sub per month, in addition to expanded emote sets, chat colors, extended broadcast storage. While you will no longer see references to Prime Gaming on Twitch, the process of redeeming your free sub with Prime will not change. Prime members will also continue to enjoy the benefit of free PC games. Okay. That's unimportant to my research. What is Luna Standard? Amazon Luna. Let's go see what is Amazon Luna. So it's basically just a Prime. The Prime service. Rebranded, but there may be changes, further changes later on. Luna itself is pretty meh. I forget it exists when you compare it to Game Pass, or used to. That $30 a month now is BS. I'll just keep it as Prime. I think people are aware of what Prime is, and more than Luna. Even in the subreddit, they were asking what the heck is the Luna Standard, so we'll stick with this. Seems like a better... I hate when they do that. They change logos and names. So instead of saying Prime, Amazon Prime or Twitch Prime, you now have to say Luna Standard. People don't know what that is. And same thing with this. I have to put the text that says Patreon, because this new logo that they're using is so uninspired, boring, and unrecognizable. I saw a meme once. Let's see if I can find it again. Patreon logo. Okay, so what they're using right now is this. I think what it's supposed to be is like a color palette, like for painting, with oil painting or acrylic painting. It's like a color palette, and also in the shape of a P for Patreon. But this was so much more iconic. This was recognizable. I think everybody still knows what this is, or was, and then even this was fine, even though it was worse. This minimal... I hate all this. We should have done the same thing with Cracker Barrel. We should do that with these minimalist designs. It's so stupid. Like, you have a recognizable image and logo here. This was all over old YouTube videos, and the artists' page, they had this. Then some of them upgraded to this, but not everybody. Some of them stuck to this old one. And now this is just... Let's see if I can find that meme. It was a good one. There we go. It's not this one. Oh shit, no, I can't show this actually. I gotta get... Okay, this. It's kind of like this. I think they didn't put this bottom part, but they did this part up top. Look how silly and ridiculous, and stupid this is. Like, this one is so much... I can't show you the rest of the search results, because based off the context of this, there are some images that might be YouTube might not like, or Twitch might not like. So this is so much more recognizable. It's like, what the heck are they doing? For a platform that tries to find a connection between artists and their supporters, it sure seems like they're lacking artists who know how to make good logos. that are familiar to people. I thought it was just an ink stain. Yeah, it kind of just looked. It's a Rorschach test, basically. Is it a feet? Is it a ink stain? Is it the letter P? Is it a color palette? I don't know. It's stupid, is what it is. When you have to look at a logo and wonder what it is, you know you have a bad logo. Like this, I recognize this. I've recognized this for years. It's solidly implanted into my mind. Even without the Amazon part, I still recognize this. I know what this means. I am passionately against corporations who keep artists on payroll, and then the artists have to justify their payroll by just making unnecessary changes, be it to logos, be it to websites, UI designs, or app designs. I miss the good old. Speaking, okay, I'm on a rant now. Let's keep going. Speaking of things I hate in UI and art design, modern video game UI. Okay, this one's not too bad, actually. Okay, let's do modern League of Legends UI, or what would it be called? Client UI? No, this one's not too bad. Okay, here, this is what I'm looking for. Okay, this one isn't too bad. I don't know what game this is. Looks like PUBG or something. Like, it says play, it says adventure pass, it says challenges, it says appearance, it says store, it says vault, it says statistics, battle buddy, current pack, currency packs. I can tell what this is. I can tell what I'm gonna click because I know how to read. This, on the other hand, what the fuck is all this? What am I gonna open if I click this? How about this? How about, okay, this is gonna be my profile, I can tell. This is gonna be their loot crate card things. Crafting, I don't know what the heck is this. What the heck is this? Buy stuff? Buy currency? What's this all mean? What are these stupid fucking hieroglyphics? I know how to read words. Tell me the words. I can tell this is home. I can tell this is TFT. I can tell this is Clash. I'm never gonna click on these two. I know I'm gonna click here and here. So there's my rant. We should bring back words and letters because words and letters mean things and they convey things much better. In UI, when I am interacting with something and I want to go to a specific page and reach a specific settings or options that I'm trying to get to, rather than having to click through each of these when I'm first launching a game or when they update the game UI and then I have to relearn everything, just stop wasting my time. Just put the words. Yes, I am absolutely yelling at clouds. All these cloud gamers and cloud storage providers and people whose heads are up in the clouds rather than grounded in reality. So yeah, that's my rant about art and UI. It's worse when it's like a program that I use. Here I'm familiar with this because I've used Photoshop for like 10 plus years. Even though this isn't Photoshop, it's very similar. So I know what all of these things here mean or refer to. I can hover over it and it'll tell me what it is. But if I'm opening a new app for the first time, give me the option to have the words. So yeah, that's me being angry about stupid things in the modern world. And there are a lot of things to be angry about in the modern world. This being just one of them. Okay, back to the comfy musics. What am I looking for? Looking for the Kuromis and subscribe. Subscribe? No. Simpscribe. Where's Simpscribe? Oh, it's right fucking here. And then I got a couple hearts. I don't know where the heck they are. You gotta go find them. Is it this one? No. This one? And this one? No. Grab these. Twitch. Where's that other heart? It's probably this other one. I just moved it. Before I move it again, is it in any of the others? No, so I can do that. Okay, there is Twitch. Have Kitten Studios. That doesn't exist anymore. We'll do Kitten. Yes, I guess in theory, I kind of... No, not that one. In theory, I kind of did. There is a bit of a spiritual spiritual revival. Might as well. Thanks for my music. There is a spiritual revival if you go to my Patreon. One of my things is there is a shop item, a one-time shop item called the Daily Nickel, which is support your local cat girl with 5 cents a day. This item is a one-time purchase to support me for 1 year, $18.25 or 5 cents daily. For 1 year from the time of purchase, your name will be credited as a Daily Nickel supporter during my streams and other works. And so if you do that, you will appear over here in the bottom right, where it shows the list of supporters, and you will appear as a Daily Nickel supporter. So in a sense, this Daily Nickel support tier on Patreon is the spiritual successor. Because I do kind of dislike the idea of subscription services and subscription payments. So while my Patreon does have monthly memberships, I would also like there to be just a one-time payment for just upfront to get your name and any credits and stuff that I do for a year. Yes, your name does appear plenty of times. I still gotta make that animation too, the kid foot. But yeah, that's there's my plug for my Patreon if you want to go check it out. I have some stuff here. This is from, I don't even think I posted this in my Discord, did I? Gremlin Club. No, I did not. This is some storyboarding that I put into my the video editor so I can frame my shots. This is from episode 4 of Fun and Games. So that's most of this, the RB and the Chief stuff is all free except for the archive, where you can download it directly from Mega. So because that's limited storage, that's just available for $1, a $1 payment. And then I also have this free RB thing here.
Let me in. Let me in.
This is the storyboard and animatic. This is what I used to plan that short that I did, as well as some lines that I didn't use and some accidental some outtakes because I forgot. Look at my mistake. Look at my stupid, silly mistake. You can see the Yu-Gi-Oh cards here that are keeping the phone balanced. I did an oopsie. So yeah, some silly stuff here is available for free on Patreon. And you will find the spiritual successor there to the Daily Neko. Well, I mean, in theory, the way I like to look at it, in theory, the streams where I cover news topics are, in a way, the Daily Neko. I just don't. If I had an editor, I could probably turn those into videos, but until then, they just sort of last on the stream bots. Yeah, I know it's not the same. There's a certain degree of polish and pre-written elements in the Daily Neko that I just isn't achievable on stream unless it's like a pre-planned, pre-produced thing, which I could do, but I don't really want to do that. I'd rather spend my time planning episodes of stuff I want to make. So yeah, that's kind of that. Okay. I need my YouTubes. Where's the big YouTube guy? Big YouTube guy. Or hang on, let's get this here. This is, we'll call this Rage Machine. Rage Bait Machine. We have, what else do we need? Patreon, I think. Did I do Patreon? YouTube. Where's the big YouTube guy? He's missing. Oh, it's right here. I have a new guy. Or I guess he's not a guy. I think he's technically a girl. Ooh woo. Oh my goodness, he's huge. Okay, that's not what I meant to do. Go back. Got this. What is? So now there's a halo, and then there's eyelashes. Let's grab this. Make that raster. Or no, wait, I can't do that. Yeah, I need this color. Yeah, they do sometimes tend to be bigger. Yeah, that's true. Give me this guy. There we go. Okay, now that it's red, now I can use it for the live stream version. Wait. Okay, raster this. Okay, now we can do that. You won't even be able to see the eyelashes. That's so funny. It's so small. I can make her bigger. We stand big girls over here. Let's do 50 by 50. That's a little too big. Okay. This will be... I think it's this. Was there another one? Okay, so this one is... live stream. And now I need the regular YouTube version, which doesn't have the skull. Where is Baby Sword? Right here. That's not the baby sword I'm looking for. What the heck? Is this the big baby sword? No, these are all small baby swords. I need the big baby sword. I don't see a big baby sword. We'll just do one of these. Fuck, that's a raster. Shit. No. It can matter. It depends who you ask. Fuck. These aren't actual... Oh, is it because I did these in Photoshop? Fuck. That might be why. I believe this is Poppins. It looks like Poppins. The ads are exactly the same. Okay. There we go. Easy fix. No biggie. YouTube. Baby sword. Okay. Okay, now that I have all of that, now I can do my Substack. Although the link will be quite long. Which I believe is this. That's quite a long link, unfortunately. Let me see if I can make it fit. That's kind of the problem when the thingy is a little too big. You kind of gotta squeeze it in there. Might have a bit of growing pains. Duplicate this. Substack. That's so long, what the heck? It's gonna be quite hard to read, I think. What I could do instead of the link is Substack. Add 0 suit Sonia. That gives me a little bit more width to work with. Not much. Okay, we'll do... We'll just stack it up with me on top. That seems about right. And then, let me grab... I think what I want is my... I want this guy. No, this guy's way too wide, I think. I can either do this or I can also do this guy who's even bigger. But then you can't read it for shit. Okay, we'll go like this. Can you read that? My name's too long. When you're someone like me, this is a problem you run into. Having a hard time fitting into clothes, into certain locations that are compact. How do we do this? That's so weird. I think if I just do this, people who know will know, I think. Maybe this is the one situation in which it would be useful to be one of those UI developers in video games, because I could just do a stupid symbol that you have to, it's like a hieroglyphic where it doesn't tell you exactly what it means. It's up to you to figure it out by going and clicking it. So that looks like shit. I'll come back to this later once I get a better idea. Was there something else I needed? No, I think that's it. That's funny because I came here specifically to do the Substack one, but now I don't know how to do it. This is what I kind of had in mind. Are the piggies even appearing? Did they show up? I don't know if that's working anymore. I didn't see. They did, okay. Do you just do piggies? Oh my goodness. It's piggy hour. Oh my god. There's two of them right on top of each other. That's a great emote. I like this emote. Funny emote. Okay, that's that. The next thing I wanted to update was I didn't even update this technically. I just sticked around. No, don't save this one. The next thing I wanted to do was I gotta make sure I'm opening the correct one. I think it's called offline. Yes, it's called offline. I have offline 2023, offline 2024. I guess I'm about to make offline 2025. Okay. This is more like a legacy art. I'm just gonna keep this one. I could put my Kuromi, one of these guys. I can put, if I really wanted to. I could put this. Where is? I could put this instead, but I think I like the legacy one. Good old times when I used to play League. It's only 2025 for less than 3 months. That's okay. Kind of future-proofing it for 2026 as well, if we make it there. Big if. Like, look at this. I recognize what all of these things mean, except maybe not this one. If you're old school, you'll recognize this one. I know what this means. I know what these mean. I know what this means. I know what this means. What the fuck's this? So stupid. Fuck, this was also in Photoshop. Gotta remake all of this. Without League, you wouldn't have met Pally. Yeah, that's true. That without League, I wouldn't have met a lot of people, and I wouldn't have. Continued my perspective on competition and what it means to achieve greatness and the discipline necessary to do so. I feel like that was... I feel like that was a very underappreciated element, I think, of esports. Because most people were like nerds and gamers. A lot of the times it seemed, from my perspective and what I understood, it seemed to be framed as, especially for for like mainstream people who aren't gamers, they tended to label esports and professional gamers as nerds who are addicted to video games. When in reality, some of them, sure, they just happen to be good players because, yeah, they played a lot because of their addiction to the video game. But some of them are legitimately disciplined people who understand tactics and what's necessary to perform well, and having the mentality and confidence within to perform well like that, especially in front of a bunch of other people. So I think a lot of other people would have definitely broken under the pressure of players like I think I like Mata. He was one of my favorite Korean support players. Mata was a great strategist, great tactician, and I appreciated that about him a lot. Yeah, it's definitely, I think, just like I said, one of those things that's underappreciated or maybe poorly understood. Yeah, I think even... I still think this today, and I've thought it for a long time when playing, that if you're unable to play well or perform well when you're behind, when your lane gets ganked early and you're under pressure, if you don't know how to play defensively in your tower and still perform well in terms of CS and providing enough pressure and presence to the map in the way that you can, then you're probably not made for higher level play, even just solo queue ranked against cringy gold, platinum, and diamond players. Ow. So it really does take a certain type of person to play well like that, and I imagine it's the same for other esports that I've never played or cared about all that much, like Counter-Strike and Dota and Overwatch probably. The only things I know much about Overwatch are certain animations and artists, rather than the video game. I think I've spent more hours on Twitter with Overwatch than in the game itself. It's interesting because I'm actually really good at absorbing pressure, but not good at applying it. Yeah, I forgot who... Somebody made a video like years and years ago. I think it may have been Donghua, if anybody remembers that name, if that's the guy. And also I think LS. Is he still around? I think I remember him being in a couple of shows with Monte Cristo still a couple of years ago. LS when he did some coaching. Fuck, what was the meme name that they gave him? Last something. I know his name is. I know LS stands for Last Shadow, but I don't remember what they gave him a meme name. LS something. But there's this particular scene. One of those two guys covered it. There's like a support player like a Janna or a Lulu who was super low on HP, who had no mana, and they were being chased by an Udyr. The Udyr had no flash, and so the idea was like, yes, you have no HP, you have no mana, but you can still apply pressure by baiting him into your teammates, by trying to get him into a bad position, and just having those sorts of intricate knowledge and details in mind, being able to recall all of that available information and act upon it in a way that benefits your team, even if you yourself are in an unideal position, you can still definitely do a lot by just being present and applying your presence on the map. So there's like, I do appreciate the competitive elements of just like being so well versed and in depth with game sense and game knowledge for stuff like that. That's to me one of my favorite things about esports. And unfortunately, Riot has been very stupid and very cringe, and so has basically all other esports. So I stopped paying attention years ago, and I think I stopped at the right time. My disadvantage is quite a lot better than my advantage, which is why I like playing Sivir 1v2 bot and let my support make the plays. Yeah, I think that depending on the support, that's kind of how you're supposed to play it in certain situations. It really is just about knowing, having enough knowledge and experience to know how to best capitalize on what you have available, what you have at hand. Sometimes you just gotta learn to get carried, yes. One of my favorite playstyles is playing a high move speed champ like Quinn and absorb attention and random cooldowns by just hovering around. Yes, exactly. Hovering around the enemy team, just being there like a spooky potential that your opponent has to be aware of and mindful of, even if you're not actually going to do anything, even if you don't intend to do anything. But you're also kind of there so that if something does arise where you can prevent them from backing to save an inhibitor or something like that. I haven't played League or seen anything about League in 10 years. I don't know if inhibitors or wards are still a thing. I don't know if gold or movement or mana or abilities are still a thing, but I assume there are still some resource management things like that that might come into play. I think I have. Does this work? Discord. That's your so yeah, does that work? That does work. Okay. All of my forwards are good. Towers are gone, and now it's a deathmatch. Now it's team deathmatch, yeah, basically. Good times. Where is this guy? I think that looks treatable. How small can I get away with? Probably this. Which means we'll move all of these guys this way a bit. I might have to squish these guys ever so slightly. I think I should technically put this here. But although my website still isn't even up, so I'll just do that. Arts and memes seems good. Oh, I forgot I gotta post this guy. I made a couple thingy wingies. They are for a different project, but they ended up being useful here. Right there. It's a post from Job Graham. These images were created by @ZeroSuitSonia. I love them and feel so grateful. People are still willing to take the time to create and send me artwork based on my own work. Thank you so much. So I made a couple of these cool things. So I'll go ahead and link this in the announcements. I've been meaning to post them, but I keep forgetting, so I'll link them in there now. Now that I've remembered. There's one. And two. Oh, fuck. It has been an hour. I should take a break before Twitch plays some ad or forces some ads. We'll do that right now. I shall return. Be right back. Oh, and before... Fuck. Fuck. I think I now have the thing working. I don't know why it broke last time. My space hay. Does it work? Okay, I think it'll play. Fuck! Why is it not playing? Why the heck? Every time I'm streaming, it was working perfectly fine. As soon as I appear, it's like, no, I don't want to work. Yeah, I found this website. In order to try to combat the algorithm and just have like, there's like these basically old forums and groups. The roaring 20s. So I think this is super cool. A bunch of artists there, but it doesn't want to play my music. I made up fucking music, but it doesn't want to play. You can see here some of my favorite albums, some of my favorite video games. You can go, I guess I'll post it in. You let me know if the music works for you, because I don't know why it's not working for me right now. What the heck? Why does it do that? What if I just... No music. Sometimes it takes a second to start up, but not this long. It's like maybe 5 to 10 seconds the first time. I have absolutely no idea why it refuses to play. That's actually so stupid. Okay, what if I do Libra Wolf? It's loading. What the heck? It doesn't even have a autoplay thing here. Why? Okay, well, if the music plays twice, I do apologize, but this is the music that's supposed to be playing. And I'll be right back. This is my vibey, cozy space. Well, on one hand, I am glad that it didn't play. On the other hand, I am assuming the code just falls asleep at like midnight or something. That's the only thing that seems to make sense to me. Okay. Let's do... I think I'll keep this. It's a legacy picture as well. Basically. Okay. The rest of this should be pretty simple if I just grab my pictures. And then I'll be able to move on to my real art that I really want to do. I don't know if I have a regular blue sky boy. Let me consult my archives. I don't think I do have one. Oh, I do have one. It's a fucking massive SVG, but that works. Try to get it square. He's a little too big. I think there was something else I was trying to get in here. Got the website, or Obsidian, Discord, my YouTubes, socials. Is there another social I was gonna do instead? What do I have over here? Oh, I guess Substack. I guess I can temporarily put away the subreddit. It's not really all that big yet, but in the future maybe it'll be useful. Put Substack for now instead. And then that kind of also goes hand in hand with my previous attempt that didn't quite work out yet. Okay, Substack it is. That's what I meant. Oh, it's not even properly... Fuck. Gotta make a mask for it? You're kidding me? Why would you do such a thing? Okay, at least now it's a little square. A little more square than it was before. No, it's too big again. Why do my things keep being way too big? This is a persistent problem with me. Just make this guy bigger. No biggie. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Wait, why isn't it giving me... Oh, fuck. What? What's it grabbing? Okay, finally, jeez. It was being stupid for like no reason. I don't know why it's grabbing the background image. It's so weird. Whatever, just lock it. Lock it and problem solved. Forever and ever. Amen. Ow. I may have spooked your ears. I'm dying. I think a little more to the right will be better. this over there, put this over here. Okay, that looks pretty good. And then if in the future Space Hay decides to pop up, we can put that in there as well. That seems like a pretty good compromise to me. Okay, I think everything here is good. Let me save this. This one will be... this one will be... we'll future-proof it. Say offline 2026. Let's start off strong. Let's start off ahead of the curve. And then let's see if I can find where exactly this goes. I think it's under settings, channel. Brand. Yes, it's here. Okay. I haven't come in here in so long. Where even is this used? I haven't seen this in forever on Twitch. And if I press this, oh, I can drag it in. Offline 2026, let's do that. Updated. Nice. Although I guess I kind of got rid of the old color too by accident, I forgot, but that's okay. No biggie. Okay, I think now I can start on my actual art thing. Fucking Duolingo is showing up again. Look at this guy. Why is he here? It's like he's threatening me or something. Does this look like the face of mercy to you? Okay, so I think first I'll find some reference images and then I'll go through my thinking here. There is one particular image that I've been looking at from a photographer I know. That kind of came to came to mind as I was envisioning this piece that I want to make. I guess it's two photographs. My mind just put them into one. Look, it's tiny. Well, here's what I found, but I know that the image is much higher resolution, but this is what I'm getting at the moment. Let's see if I can just find a better thingy wingy here. The reason I don't want to click into this is because it's a Facebook link. I do not want to click on Facebook. I don't want to get my cookies in there. I don't want my computer infected by his spyware. He's got enough money, he doesn't need my info. Oh my goodness, it just keeps... Okay, I gotta risk it. My computer is now infected. Let's put this guy. I've been thinking about this image, as well as this other perspective, if I can find it. Why do they do this? Like, I wanna use this as reference, but first of all, I have to log in to get the full experience of still looking at this image and this resolution at this size on my monitor, on my huge 1440p monitor. I can only get like, what is this? Let me check. Let me grab my measuring tape. On my screen, physically, it is 4.5 by 5.25 inches on my monitor, when I know the image is much larger. So what I could do is do one of these, or if I could just get the proper image by right clicking, but nope, I gotta do one of these. Developers, fix your shit. Like, why you gotta be so awful? It's obnoxious that they do this to try to force the normies to use their website and their app and sign up, but little do they know that I am an Inspect Element warrior of the greatest proportions. Jeez, was that so hard? Look at how long I had to spend just to do that. So obnoxious. Yeah, I could, but there's... I have to also go through all the other images there too. Okay, here's my solution. Here's my final solution that I know will work permanently forever, for the rest of days, till the end of time. I know that I've been needing to do this, but I've just been too lazy. We'll grab... What is this division here? AAGV. Is that what I need? I think this might be one of the few image alts here. So if I control search image alt, because I think the only other ones are these. Wait, it doesn't appear? What? Hello? Okay, something in here must... I think it's this. Object fit cover. Oh, there's 10 of these. Fuck. Well, should be the first one. Okay. So, what I'll do... Here's my solution. My final solution. We'll copy style. Cover. And then... my obsidian, I'll make a new thing. Instagram... inspect element. We'll do control... Fuck. Control... Oh my goodness. Control F for this. So that's all I have to do. In the future, I just have to refer to this, copy this, and I'll find it right away. I'll find the first one. And all my problems are solved. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I think. If the network or resources tab is better, then I will have to look into that. Give me the link. I'll see what I can do. Fuck, I already closed it. I should be able to find it right away. Instagram. Lighthouse. Or also what I could do is, I think if I paste it into Discord, maybe the Discord preview will be a high enough resolution, but I can't say for sure. So like I'm trying to find it. I clicked on see all to see all his images. And it makes me try to sign in, or that's for related accounts. Where's the rest of his images? Show more. Okay. Okay, sign in. Like, what in the fuck is this? They're literally just siphoning human life and energy. Okay, here's the link. Check your image history. No, I opened it. I opened it in a private tab so that they wouldn't give me their cookies. So no, it's gone. There's no history. There's no Control-Shift-T to reopen the previously closed tab. Okay, let me see if I type that into Instagram or into Discord here. It doesn't show that. Okay, I know there are a couple of links. If you add EZ at the end, and also if you do DD Instagram, they do that preview fix thing sometimes. Okay, so the link in and of itself doesn't have the image. The other two possible fixes don't force the image preview either. Christ, this is so obnoxious. Patches, this is a baby. This is a baby. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be an image. Interesting. The link isn't an image? What if I... Well, there is an image. Yeah, it's like... It is an image on this page with this link, but the link in and of itself... Oh, hang on a second. Hang on, wait. There's another link. Let me try this one. So I copied the timestamp link. Let's do this. Or DD Instagram. None of these are forcing the preview on Discord the way I would expect it to. That's amazing. What do you mean the link works? The link? No, the link works. Yes, it does work when you click on it, but what I'm saying is... Yes, yeah, I got that, but... Let me see if I can find another example. Let me see if I do one of mine. Because typically when you copy a link, let's see if I want to share this, it should appear on... The preview of the image should appear... If it doesn't, then I'm not sure why it's not... Here's what I'm getting. Let me... Here's what I'm getting. I'm just getting the link with no preview. Is it just a sample and you want the full res? I would like the full res. Yeah. Because my issue... I think the reason I started this is because I had to go into the inspect element to find the high res image that is this. This is the largest size image that is available based off his upload. but I can't get that by being on here if I try to right click to open in full res, or if I try to left click it to get it full screen as much as possible. It doesn't do that because they don't want you to do that. I don't think I can get you the full res because you have to go be logged in. I think even if I am logged in, this is the max size it shows, and it still doesn't let me right click to open image in a new tab or left click to full size. I think nothing we can do without being logged in. No, I don't think it's an issue about like. I think this is intentionally built into the system, whether you're logged in or not. That it doesn't let you, they don't want you to right click save as, or right click open a new tab, or left click to enlarge. That's intentional. It's not a problem. It's an intentionally built it's a solution basically to them to force you to log in and save it that way by creating an account and liking it so they can infect your computer with their cookies and stuff. So it's technically not a problem. It's technically a solution. If that's the way you're understanding. If you're understanding that my issue is that I can't access this what is this resolution? This is 1440 by 1800 pixels. But on the website, on the web page, the max I get is like, what is this? This is the max size I'm allowed to view, which is 600 by 800. So what I want is this size, but what I'm able to get is this size. So yeah. Yeah, no, it's not possible. They don't want it to be possible. The only way it's possible is to inspect element, be an inspect element gremlin, and they don't want you to be an inspect element gremlin. So it's for the normies. Yeah, so Zuckerberg knows what he's doing. Okay, how did you get that picture there without inspect element? Is it a quicker way than the way I did it? Because if so, I would like to know. You can add media size equals, is that 1 on the URL? Media slash size equals 1, or is that a I? Media question mark equals, is that a, I'm not sure what that character is there at the end. It is an I. I copy pasted what you did. Oh, the letter L, lowercase l. Yeah, every time I run into an issue like that where I don't know what the character is, I just paste it into Notepad because it has the perfect font to tell if it's lowercase I or capital, lowercase L or capital I. Okay, let me see if I grab that link of the lighthouse picture. Okay, we'll do this. We'll copy your media question mark size L. Okay, so I worked for this one with that same thing. Media slash question mark size equals L. Still seems pretty low res. What is this size compared to this one? Yeah, it's still not as high res as going to inspect element. Look at this. Look at the difference. This is the exact same link, the same image from the same link. So this is, maybe if you put extra large, maybe that'll fix it actually. Grab his link. Grab your media size. Yeah, no, this is definitely extra large. No, extra large doesn't work. This is definitely intentional to make it obnoxious. So yeah, so what I was able to get with inspect element is 1440 by 1800. What you were able to get was 1080 by 1350. So yeah, I've definitely been tinkering around with platforms and trying to learn their ins and outs. So from what I understand, this is clearly on purpose. This is designed to be obnoxious. Not just the size, but the compression. Yeah, the compression as well, which makes sense. I don't blame them for compressing it the way they do. But whether it's the size issue and or the compression, both of those combined make it way worse. So anyway, what I had in mind was a sort of image that I want to draw of a lighthouse, kind of on top of a hill. Because I like this sort of craggy, rocky, uphill imagery with a lighthouse on top of it. And the reason I want to make an image like this is because of recent going-ons. I'm not going to play the clip. I'm not going to even listen to it, but I am going to read it. I don't think this person deserves any more attention or platform than they're getting. But I will quote them and cite them because it's important. Okay, so here is the transcript that I will read the necessary parts. Quote, "But those tears had been turned into fire in our hearts, and that fire burns with a righteous fury that our enemies cannot comprehend or understand. When I see Erica and her strength and her courage, I'm reminded of a famous expression. The storm whispers to the warrior that you cannot withstand my strength, and the warrior whispers back, I am the storm. Erica is the storm. We are the storm, and our enemies cannot comprehend our strength, our determination, our resolve, our passion. Our lineage and our legacy hails back to Athens, to Rome, to Philadelphia, to Monticello. Our ancestors built the cities. They produced the art and architecture. They built the industry. Erica stands on the shoulders of thousands of years of warriors, of women who raised up families, raised up city, raised up industry, raised up civilization, who pulled us out of the caves and the darkness into the light. The light will defeat the dark. We will prevail over the forces of wickedness and evil. They cannot imagine what they have awakened." And so this is a speech that I have a lot of issue with. Said in a place and a time, in a fashion, in a environment that I have a problem with. That has very many echoes and reverberations to other speeches in the past about righteous fury, about claiming other people to be enemies, and also about claiming to be producers of art and architecture and builders. And if we are playing through with the analogy that you are the storm, then I want to be the lighthouse in the storm. Because I think that is so desperately needed in these times, in a place, in a environment, in a climate where people want to be the storm. And I don't think we should do that. If we, whether the people who are listening to that sort of speech consider themselves to be a sort of force of nature or a person, perhaps on a boat or on land, I think all would benefit greatly from having a lighthouse in the storm to prevent crashes, to prevent deaths, to prevent all sorts of troubles that come from a storm. The problem with storms is that they are quite dangerous. They can be quite dangerous and destructive. The claim that you are builders of industries, that's only possible because we unite as a people together. We work together, we make different materials, we ship them, we transport them, we coordinate, we work in unison as a united people, kind of like a sort of United States of some kind or another. And so, while a storm is sometimes acceptable, as humans of great, as the quote says, we're standing on the shoulders of giants, of those who came before us. It is also our duty to protect that which they have built up, which we have built up, which we have inherited, and is in our care. We are stewards of that which we have inherited. And so I kind of want to draw a sort of a lighthouse scene where there is a storm in the background, and the lighthouse is there as a beacon of hope, a beacon of safety, a beacon of warning. It's something that I think should encapsulate the times we are in. Imagine using the word righteous positively. This is so disturbing and disgusting. I'm very happy to be far away from that storm. Yeah, I do hear there's some stormy things also in the UK over there, to your north. And it's not necessarily exclusive to my area. The point of the storm is to cause death and suffering. The lighthouse is the enemy of the storm, more so than the storm's stated target. Yeah, no, definitely the lighthouse isn't the storm. The lighthouse is human intervention, human design, human discipline, and human construction as a response to the storm, as a response to the night, as a response to the lack of light during nighttime. And so in playing my role as an artist, as an American, I think the imagery of the storm is what I want. The storm will come after the lighthouse too. Yes, it will. Technically, that's okay because the lighthouse was built to withstand storms and rough weather, and it probably also has a lightning rod to absorb the electricity from the storm. Even if it is eventually toppled over, hopefully it can be rebuilt by those who want to maintain and continue to thrive in the world we have. So that's the backstory for why I want to make this. I want to make it into sort of watercolor style that I did with. Let's see if I can find it. Oh fuck! It's not here. Fuck. Where is my stuff? Dang, this isn't the folder. think I still have it on Blue Sky. Let me check. If I do... Where'd it go? Oh, this one. I want to do it in a kind of style that I did this one. Because I do like this style. It's kind of like, I get to be messy and imprecise. And I kind of have to convey shapes and ideas with minimal lines and mostly color and shading. I've never done a sort of a night scene, a sort of a stormy scene with this style, so I want to try that. I don't know if it'll look good, but I am practicing and learning as I go. Yes, the pigger. The lighthouse stands tall and stiff. Suits you, I'd say. Yes, very tall and stiff. The lighthouse is erected to inspire all. And yeah, I think that's about it. So mostly I will be trying to work on this, and it'll be sort of a chill art stream for a bit. We're just chilling with music, so I'll do that. And I'll respond to chat if there's anything cool going on in chat. Otherwise, I'll just focus on the art. I just want to get a good resolution. I am considering the possibility of doing like prints in the future, so I do want to get this the proper dimensions and size. It's already 300 dpi, which is ideal for printing. So that's why I'm just taking a bit of time to try to get my proper document dimensions here. This is going to be a massive image, but I think that might be worth it. 72 by 9,000. It's gonna fuck up probably my GPU. Okay. I might need to keep an eye on on my my stuff here. See my GPU. It's already at 67% utilization. Okay, I'll keep this here actually, because I'm not sure if this is gonna play nicely, but we'll see. Fuck. Let me grab this guy. Should be good. Oh, I forgot. I don't think I've mentioned this on stream before, but when I bought this tablet, it came with this default glove, which is I've only ever used this one. As you can see, the logo is starting to peel off. It's been like a couple of years. When I bought this tablet, it was cheaper if I had purchased this other glove, and I've never used it, so I'm going to use it right now because it's a skeleton! So this is still perfectly usable, but being in the spirit of the season, I think this could be cool. I don't even think I've seen it yet. Look! Why is the text so much bigger? They really wanted their branding on there, didn't they? Oh my goodness. It's gonna suck to see this texture, this design peel off over time, but that's okay. That's what it's made for. Skeleton and glove. I like how it's just been sitting here on my desk beneath my tablet for years, never being used up until now. The skeleton's time is here with the storm to help me build the lighthouse, because it is difficult these days to find people with the backbone to endure and to do what must be done. Okay. Time to put my art into your face. I think it's my slideshow. My slideshow's taking forever to appear. Why? Okay, whatever. We'll just make it this big. I hope that's okay. Wait. Where am I supposed to put my stuff? I think in the middle, no? It didn't give me my proper... what's it called? My proper layers. Okay, above the background. That's where it's supposed to be. Supposed to be there. Okay, let me see if I can find some stormy colors. I think this will also be kind of the first time I'm doing a heavily shadowed and heavily shadowed and nighttime painting. Ivies. See if I do lighthouse and a storm. What does this one look like? The Eye of Sauron. Why is this? Why is the lighthouse in the ocean? Or is it just like that stormy that the water level has risen this high? Can't even see a single landing of terrain there. Wait a second, is this that same lighthouse as this guy? Look. No, I don't think so. I'm just confused because the lighthouses look quite similar. I think I like these colors here. Let me grab this color. Let me grab this one. No, I think I like this color. Why does this one look like Mordor? Look at this. Okay, then the next kind of thing I want to look for is a lighthouse from a super low perspective. The camera pitched way up. Okay, I got some good. No. This is kind of what I'm looking for, but it's way too up close of just the middle to top half of the lighthouse. Is there a further... Like, this is nice, but not quite what I'm looking for. I might have to do the perspective on my own. This one's pretty good, I guess. Because it is quite a bit of an uphill climb. It's kind of the issue here. Let's grab this guy. And then let's see if I can grab even more rocky terrain, because I don't know if this is enough here. Or, no, I think this is fine. Okay, I think I've got enough references here. What's up, Ivies? Okay. The question is now where to begin. guess I'll start with the foreground. I do really like the sort of rocky terrain look. And I need harsh lines here. Some sort of sharp, jagged appearance. Okay, let's see if I can... from experience, I know that I need to be careful and take my time with brush strokes because it can get very laggy at this size. Keep an eye on my GPU here, GPU utilization. Okay, this isn't too bad so far. Actually, let me start with some rule of thirds. As a starting point, I might not use thirds. I might use something else. Fuck, no, not 666. What I have in mind is sort of like the lighthouse over in this direction. I don't know if I should have it distant or close. If it's distant, maybe I can do like this. And then here's the lighthouse itself. And then there's like a trail, or maybe there's no trail. Maybe the purpose should be that it's unmaintained. So it's just all overgrown, and there's a bunch of rocks, craggy, slippery rocks and stuff. So I could do this sort of perspective, this approach, or I can do centered a bit more. Looks like a treehouse. And then I just have rocks on the sides this way. I do think it's a little important to have the lighthouse be smaller in the frame so that the storm is much more prominent, since that is the primary subject and the lighthouse is technically the secondary subject, which I would hope becomes the primary subject. For those who are aware and wish to avoid a dangerous storm, I think I like this sort of approach better. Okay, no, I think I'll do this, but I'll lower this so that the top of the lighthouse is at this third here, this junction, and then the rest of the environment will be the stormy stuff. Okay, that's my choice. I've made it. We're sticking with it. Okay. Now, how do I draw rocks? How do I draw rocks and sharp curves? I think 25 is good. Let me actually keep... open here my other reference material. Where's my... Where's my rocky landmass? Here, give me this one. Why is it gotta be so tiny for? I gotta zoom in so hard. So here's what I'm looking at on my other monitor. This particular mass of rocks. Slippery wet rocks. Let's start off with a bit of a draft and see how things progress. It's actually funny because in my mind I envisioned some sort of rocks here at the bottom left, which the first thing I thought of right away was in the opening from Song of Maki, where there's this rocky terrain. Where is it? I don't know if I have the actual full. I have my I have my storyboard preview here. Here's my storyboard preview for that scene. Look how primitive it is. Why did it split up into quarters, into fourths? Okay, whatever, I'll do. That's another project for another day. Okay. But that's kind of the scene I had in mind a bit when envisioning this piece here. I think the kitties are getting hungry. I think I'll go feed them. I'll be right back in a second. What happened? Okay, yeah, he's starving. Let me go. Feed the kitties. I shall return. I will not leave you alone in the storm. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll play some ads on Twitch and we will continue to be the lighthouse. If they want to beat the storm, I will be the lighthouse. Be right back. kitties are successfully fed. I kind of feel like this is one of those situations where I would struggle from not necessarily being very familiar with my subject. I have never seen a lighthouse in real life. As far as I'm aware, they are all AI-generated creations that I've seen in videos and pictures. I myself cannot authenticate for the existence of lighthouses. There's a very real possibility that they are but fabrications of people hallucinating and or drinking when near the sea, kind of like how people hallucinate big feet and dogmen. I have about a similar experience with these in reality as that. It looks more like a tent. This makes these lines here make it look more like fabric than rocks. I don't know if this is going to look as I intend, as these details get a little bit lost in the distance. So I guess this is my first time really testing this out here. See how that kind of works. If it reads as distant. Distant rocks. We'll see. Okay, let's have a look at my lighthouse. I think I do kind of like mostly this up close one here. Although, I forgot I need to do the perspective. So it shouldn't be quite this perspective either. This is just a regular profile view. Is this like a octagon sort of shape that's floating upward? Is that the proper description? I don't know anything about architecture. It starts off wide at the base and then gets smaller. I think I do kind of like this octagon impression. I think I'll go with that. And then this flaring outward here. Okay, let me see if I can think about how to do this. This might have to be something like, I should do a draft first here. Might have to be. I guess first time we decide where the top will be, it should be around here or so, and then it'll get bigger. I think these rocks are a little too close for what I'm trying to accomplish here, but we'll deal with that in a second. I might have been too close here. I might have to go zoom out a bit, technically, so to speak. Well, so far it looks more like a tree. Okay, okay, I like where it's going, but it's a bit too wide. Let me see if I can take away a bit of his sugar, thin him down a bit. didn't think about it, but now that I'm about to draw it, I'm looking at these here. These guardrails. That's funny. Ivies. Sometimes things just line up like that. Although this doesn't really capture the perspective that I was hoping to. It does look still more like a regular profile perspective. So definitely needs to be much more of a wider. What's it called? The base should be closer to the camera's perspective. So let's give him a fat, round bottom, kind of like this. Maybe I guess that will exaggerate it a bit. Okay, that's starting to look a little bit better. That's more like it. Big round bottom and then small tiny waist. Small tiny waist, small tiny boobas. Then we can put some guardrails. Now that I'm listening to Pokemon music, actually, it's reminding me of that quest. Gotta go get the medicine for Ampharos from Cyanwood City. Okay, that looks much better. I still don't think it's perfect, but it's definitely an improvement. Then I guess I need a bit of a... Okay, let me get started on some color here. Just to have an idea what sort of approach I should take. And if my GPU is going to be able to play nicely. Let's grab a color layer. Or actually, no, let's put the color layer up top. And then let's grab my watercolors. Fuck, I brought way too many brushes. I don't know which ones are the ones that I like. I think it's this one. Paperless? Is this... no. Fuck. Where's my watercolors? Is it this? No, I'm pretty sure the watercolors are like huge. Huge brush size. Oh, no, this is a watercolor. Okay. Okay, so it's definitely struggling to do that. That's not good. No good. I really should keep track of what's what. I think I definitely want like a saturated look. It's supposed to be a very dark. Kind of like this one. Fading water. Okay, I think this one's my favorite so far. Fine to spatter. That one sounds super nice. Because I think I definitely don't want precision with this. I think I do to convey the feeling of this piece. It kind of does need to be a little messy. Yeah, I think fine to spatter is my ideal candidate here. Okay, let's have a look at my stormy colors. Try to do the sky first. I think I'll bring these two guys over. It's for easy copy pasta. Oh fuck, but no! The texture is gonna fuck it up. This is a bit of a dark, or no, I always run into this problem when I'm trying to grab my colors. I don't use a good brush that's consistent color. I think I like this color, I think I like this one. This could be like a bit of a highlight. guess for the lighthouse, this is kind of a good warm yellow here. Oh, fuck. Ivy. You're not allowed to wear that. They don't let you put that. That's too...
Who's they?
The people who like the blue.
Like the blue?
Yeah.
Oh, I just put this on.
Oh.
To ask, did you need anything from the Yumps? Any hungry things or...
This isn't appropriate music. Although, actually, I've never played Wind Waker, so I don't know. I assume you can go through some storms in your boat. No spoilers. I still intend to play it at some point. I don't know when. I don't know why. I would like to, but for reasons beyond my control. I need money to live. And I can't make money playing video games. Okay, I think these are pretty good colors. I suppose one color I forgot was the rocks is over here. But that shouldn't be too hard. I'll just get like a gray. And then color some stormy color on top of it. What the heck, it's already 7 AM. I don't know if I intentionally made it like this, but it really does just remind me of Mordor. Like, look at this. It's like these are the craggy rocks of, is it called Gorgast? I think that's part of the lands of Mordor. Outside of the Mount Doom, and then this is just like like the Tower of Barad-dûr. Except in this case, there's no Sauron. No. The Sauron is the storm in this case. Okay, let me get started on some colors here. See what I can cook up. Start with this guy, and let's grab detailers, find a spatter. Let's make them massive. Massive, massive, no, massive. That's as big as it can get. Okay. Let me keep an eye on my GPU here as I do this. Okay, no, it eats up CPU, not GPU. So I do need to be careful because it could overload the OBS encoding. Okay, we don't need it to be this big. Let's go like half. Or no, let's do 1/4. Okay, this looks like it's doable for the pewter. Let's go with that. I wonder though if I should make this left side. Where should I have the lighter sky and the darker sky? Maybe in the distance I'll do like a bit of a relief. But the focal point of the image should be like you're in the middle of the storm. I think you just gotta go slow so the CPU doesn't get angry at me. I don't know that I've ever drawn the sky that... from this sort of perspective, I suppose. Most of what I've done is standard perspective. This definitely seems like it's way too saturated, so maybe I can just reduce the opacity a bit. Or, alternatively, let's do the meme, just going through every blending option. Ooh, okay, I kinda like hard light. This looks pretty cool. I think let's stick with hard light for the time being. That's like a bit more saturated than, or yeah, a bit more of a blue than a purple over here in this area with less passes. What if I do? Maybe that's what I should have done. My mistake, I should have done lower opacity in each brushstroke. I suppose I would have made it easier to blend here at each of the different passes. Okay, that's like actually a really nice texture. Let me redo that. I'm just keeping an eye on my CPU there. I'm actually so scared. I am spooked, which I guess is perfectly fine for this season. Holy shit, did it go up to 91%? Spooky. Spooky. Fuck. Okay, I really like this brush for this. I like how it just sort of naturally forms these sort of clouds and breaks up the texture. I still don't know if it'll look good, but I gotta learn somehow. Gotta learn by doing. Okay, this image might be a bit too big. Because then you can't really see these individual, the edges here of each brush stroke. So I may need to remake this a bit smaller to take, if I want the brush strokes to be visible, if you're like looking at it super close up, which probably might not be a bad idea. I do kind of like that sort of a tactile implication because of the implication. Okay. I think I do want the lighthouse to be a bit of a white color, so it'll just absorb whatever colors are in the environment, but we'll do that at the end, probably. Let's try to get a gray here for these rocks. do sort of feel like this sort of area here is where I would need to learn how to imply objects and shapes, especially the continuation of shapes like this craggy rock stuff in the distance. So hopefully this is the place where I can learn how to do that pretty well. Fuck. 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 Okay, this is looking pretty good so far. I do think, however, I want deeper shadows. So more passes it is. After I scratch my itch. I suppose my concerns about the CPU utilization is more so from using a different brush that's much more extreme than this one, so my caution is a little unwarranted, but now I know. Okay, I think I did one pass too much there. I think this is better here. This looks like a much better color, especially with this here. I suppose I could also come back later and brighten it up just a smidge. Ever so slightly. Oh, okay, I think I know what to do here. In order to imply this sort of jagged edges, what I can do, smaller brushes, smaller, shorter strokes and diagonals, straight lines, see if that works. Seems like this idea has potential. Let's do a couple of these. Okay, now I see what to do. I see now. It does need to be a bit of order to it. Imply where the rocks and the edges are. Follow those curves. And then I guess there is a bit of a path here from just not having any color or lines. And I suppose, like, looking at how it's performing now, I do think it might be super cute to have a couple of green, little bits of green here and there. not going to be all drab and dark and gloomy. There is some life here along the way. Okay, I think I'd take back what I initially thought, where there would be no pathway. I think pathway is actually good. I think that's actually thematically good too. It implies maybe, yeah, maybe the path is unmaintained, poorly, not well traveled. But there is a path that has been set up from those who built this. Okay, I think that path there is quite a bit implied. But I can definitely do one of these. Let's kill that for the time being. Can do one of these. Oh fuck. Always spooky when the brush strokes are so delayed like that. I don't remember where I put my brush, but hopefully it's somewhere where I intended. Okay, no, that's way too bright. Okay, the sky could definitely use some work. I think I do like the rocks and the path so far. I'm not quite sure yet how to do the rest of the terrain. Or if this is also the final position of the lighthouse. It's looking pretty good. Actually, I was a little uncertain because the lighthouse isn't level, technically. But I think that's fine. I think it does lean into the sort of rocky terrain uncertainty. Although there is a case to be made for having the lighthouse be perfectly erect, even in the chaos. Let me have a look at my references again. Okay, I think I see where my mistake is here. I think I need the colors itself should be like a cloud formation rather than this massive splotch of color. I think that's where I'm getting a bit irked and unsure if I like it. It's a baby. What happened? What's the mattress? The heck is this? Where were you? Okay, so the question is, do I keep going here or adjust? I think I do want to adjust the sky quite a bit. I'm still not sure on the lighthouse. Okay, I think I'll hold on to it here like this. I'll come back to it with fresh eyes next time. I am getting hungry, so this is probably a good place to call it. Kill that. Maybe I'll find one article. See what I can do. Let's see if there's anything good today. Okay, I have 3 articles. Let's do... Okay, let's go in this direction. Or hang on, let me save first before my computer decides to be spooky. I just think I may actually decrease the size. So if that ends up happening, I will do so before the next stream where I work on it. Then I'll just pick up where I left off here. Okay. Okay, the kitty wants to play. Let me do these stories real quick. And then I'll call it a night there. Kill this. Okay, from the Register, published Wednesday, October 1st, 2025, by, is that an I or an, is this supposed to be pronounced Ian or Ian? Thompson. Texas man accidentally shoots cable, brings internet down. It's not the first time gunfire has cut Spectrum's lines. A stray bullet cut through a Spectrum fiber line on Friday, knocking an undisclosed number of Texans offline. ISP Spectrum told customers in the Dallas-Fort Worth area that services were down in a post on X, which, judging from comments from customers, isn't an unusual occurrence. I feel like I can go to downdetector.com at any point in time and there's always somebody complaining, so I'm not sure if that's such a necessarily wild thing to see online if you're looking for it. If somebody's saying that a certain service is down. But that's just from my personal experience. Charter, which owns Spectrum, has confirmed that a bullet was responsible and sliced through a key data cable that serviced the area. Quote, the outage stemmed from a fiber optic cable that was damaged by a stray bullet, a spokesperson told the Register on Wednesday. Our teams worked quickly to make the necessary repairs and get customers back online. We apologize for the inconvenience. Charter declined to provide the number of customers who lost internet. However, according to the Dallas Morning News, outage site Down Detector, which does not list historical outages, showed nearly 25,000 reports of lost service Friday afternoon. The newspaper reported that other cities, including Irving, Plano, Arlington, Austin, and San Antonio, were also affected. The spokesperson also opined that people shouldn't treat Down Detector as gospel, that's what I'm saying, while declining to enumerate how many of its customers were taken down. Is this a picture here? Wait.
Losing internet or cable
Wait.
storm sounds right. Nothing new. But a woman in Middleton Township, she has been without service for more than a week, and the reason why is something you don't hear every day. Steve Iwanek spoke to this customer today and shares this strange discovery.
That's a new one for me.
Was a new one for me too.
Kathy Seaman of Middleton Township is like many of you.
What's her name?
And the reason why is something you don't hear every day. Steve Iwanek spoke to this customer today and shares this strange discovery.
That's a new one for me.
Was a new one for me too.
Kathy Seaman of Middleton Township is like many of you. She works from home, watches a little TV, nothing unusual. But last week, she started having some problems.
We couldn't get the TV to start, and I have an app on my phone, and it said we were in an outage. I was trying to reboot, and we unplugged and plugged and rebooted and whatever, and it would come up and it would go down and come up and go down.
Spotty internet, the cable signal cutting in and out, and no clue why that was the case for days. Kathy uses Spectrum and says the problem started last Sunday. So she called a technician to find out why.
I'm not making this up, that the reason that you're having problems is because someone shot up our main power line with a shotgun.
We reached out to Spectrum, and they confirmed it. Quote, "It's true, a line of cable going through a heavily wooded area was recently impacted by several shotgun blasts. Our teams were
Heavily wooded, I guess they said going through a heavily wooded area, not that it was in a heavily wooded area where it was shot. Was it a hunter who he was trying to shoot an airborne turkey or something, and he accidentally killed the internet? I guess that's kind of bound to happen when you're on the Spectrum.
responded quickly by placing a temporary cable where they could until a full replacement could be requested or installed. It's unclear when and where this happened. Spectrum says the problem was isolated to one customer, but Kathy's not buying it.
You don't believe it's just you?
No, because the technician told me when he was here that it's not just you. We've had complaints from other people.
But for now, at least Kathy knows why her service was down. She just wishes she would have got an answer sooner.
It's not okay to lose service 4 or 5 days in a row. I mean, it's not okay. You need to figure out what this is and get. And I said, well, why didn't somebody tell me that this is what was going on?
Steve Iwanek with that report tonight. Spectrum saying that they are installing a new cable tomorrow morning, fixing the issue. Steve also asked if they filed a police report. They told him no. They believe the issue is isolated and not a threat.
And they confirmed it.
I'm not sure if this is supposed to be the actual photograph here. Oh, well, this is a photograph of what looks like some kind of projectile that have seemingly gone through 2 cables. I guess they're not cables, they're collections of cables. Okay, here's the rest of the article. It's most likely, based on past cases, that the fiber optic cable in question wasn't buried, but strung up on poles and was thus easier to damage. And the ISP has considerable experience in gun-related internet problems. Okay, I've never heard the phrase gun-related internet problems. What comes to mind when I hear the phrase gun-related internet problems is something entirely different, kind of like Russian and Chinese psyops, and I guess CIA and FBI psyops on their own citizens here in the US, causing gun-related problems that stems from the internet. That's what comes to mind when I isolated of this context, I think of the phrase gun-related internet problems. But I do feel like that's a uniquely American perspective and approach to this phrase. Maybe. This is the third firearms-related outage problem Spectrum has had in the last 12 months. 3 in 12 months? That seems quite a lot. In June, an Ohio customer reported more than a week without service after several shotgun blasts damaged a cable line. Spectrum told reporters that it was an isolated incident and it hadn't informed the police. The ISP suffered another gunfire-related outage in Ohio last New Year's Eve. Residents in Columbus rang in 2015, oh my goodness, in 2025, with stray rounds that struck Spectrum's fiber, leaving customers in Hilltop offline for 43 hours and cutting a circuit that knocked local traffic cameras offline for over a day. Sadly, antisocial Americans who don't care that what goes up must come down have a habit of firing off rounds to see in the new year. Have a habit of firing off rounds to see in the new year. Am I retarded, or is the article retarded? The way this is written, I'm interpreting it to mean they fire off rounds as a source of light to see in the new year. Okay, no, I see. To welcome in the new year, I see. I feel like that's a word, pretty bad phrasing in this situation. I don't know if I've ever heard anybody say to see in the new year, but maybe that's just me being so so mind boggled by this gun related internet problems. My mind doesn't know how to read properly anymore. As we reported in 2008, partiers peppered Comcast's lines with bullets, causing it to lose data service in southeast Memphis. Many American ISPs have such a bullet botheration? What is this? Who wrote this? Bullet botheration? Is that even a word? Fuck. Go. Get. I've never once in my life seen the word botheration, but it makes sense. It is a word. The act of bothering or the state of being bothered. I have never seen this word in my whole entire Xbox life. Many American ISPs have such bullet botheration, and not just in gun-friendly states like Ohio and Texas. In 2022, Californian NFL fans watching the Los Angeles Rams and the San Francisco 49ers had their viewing interrupted when someone shot up overhead cables that Comcast Xfinity owned in Oakland. The majority of gun owners in the land of the free are responsible shooters who recognize it's a tool, not a toy. But a few are not, and while the odds of hitting a cable are slim, it clearly happens too often. Then again, there are worse things than accidental outages. That is quite... Yeah, let me run this through an AI detector. I need to find... Fuck, go away. Let's ask an AI. Let's ask an LLM. Link me and suggest me the best AI detectors for written work. Let's use the LLM to take down the LLMs. What is Quillbot? Sign up for free. No, I'm not signing up. Winston. Check AI score. Let's have a look at this. Paste all of that into here. I suppose what also could happen. Why is there a restricted thing here? Try one of our try one of our sample texts. Results. Sign up for free to scan more. You're not telling me anything. The results are blurred out. How about you off yourself? How about this website? Winston AI gets shot with some bullets instead. How about that? Okay, link me usable AI. I guess LLM detectors where I don't have to sign in or sign up or pay for anything. Pluxy. I will give you a muffin. Thanks, bro. Rob AI detector? Okay, let's paste everything in here. Paste text. Analyze. Okay, it is analyzing. The computer is thinking. The LLM is thinking. Definitely human with 90% certainty. The writing style has a clear personality and a dry, cynical tone that AI tools often avoid. It is possible that it was primarily written with AI and then the person added in their own particular brand of humor. So that's a possibility that we must contend with and keep in mind. It is 90% certain, so it's possible that 90% is coming from that personality that the writer put in, which might be doing a lot of the heavy lifting. The author uses perplexity phrases? High perplexity phrases. Like treat down detector as gospel. And calls some people, quote, antisocial American. I don't know. I feel like you can prompt the AI to include, like, write me an article where there are some people who shot up internet lines with a shotgun and then refer to them as anti-social Americans. I feel like there's plenty of ways for the writer to try to spoof this AI detector here by prompting properly and or editing after the fact. After the LLM has already spit out whatever it wanted. Sentence structures are varied, mixing quick points with longer detailed explanations. This shows strong burstiness. The inclusion of very specific historical context about similar outages, even referencing 2008, points to human research and editorial. Yeah, but you can just look up. Look how simple this is to do. Look up instances where people accidentally shot at internet fiber lines with bullets. I guess I should have said cite all sources. There have been multiple instances. September 2025 in Texas, 2022 in Oakland, California, Bend, Oregon, late 2023. Find more. Please cite all sources. Gunfire disrupts NFL viewing. Like, all of this is definitely possible with research with LLMs, and then the person if the person is intelligent enough, they will be able to compile it into an article like this. So I don't know if I fully believe the assessment of this AI detector. This unique voice is not typical of standard AI-generated news summaries. If you say so. Okay, hang on. This guy has a Twitter. Let's go see what his Twitter account is like. Do you want to log in first? No. He hasn't posted. British Journal with the Register. For work security, for play sailing, F1 and the Marmite. His signal is Ian Thompson 60. He is following 1,300 people and is followed by 9,800 people. He joined in January 2009. Let's reverse image search. This looks like an AI image, but it's not. I can tell that it's not. I can tell it's a real photograph. Let's do Site Engine. Yeah, my particular brand of autism forces me to do this, to just check every single article and writer. Put this here. Put this here. Okay, so according to Site Engine, this photograph is not likely to be AI generated or deepfaked. Okay, let me... Like, I don't want to dox him, but I am going to do it. Reverse image search. Fuck. LibreWolf has this stupid thing where it doesn't like my images. Okay, he's not a very public person. There are only 2 photographs of him. Bring this back up. So this is the image from his Twitter, and then this is another one from Rocket Reach and twit.tv. Whoa, he's a gamer like us, bros. This is like a work thing. Oh, he has a blue sky as well. Let's go see. Sign in required to see his account. View appearances. I mean, he seems like he could be a real person. I am aware that... What the heck is this? Ian Thompson episodes. This Week in Tech, number 1041, July 20th, 2025. A $4 bill Doge kills free tax tool. Oh, okay, I see he's here in the video.
It's time for
Christ's sake.
for you. Lou Maresca's here. He Microsoft. He's everybody needs it.
Oh, well, he's a real person.
Everybody should have a Devoom in the room.
That is not slogan that could work.
Yeah.
Okay, that was him. Yeah, he is definitely British. No, he's a real person. I have conducted plenty of research. It does seem as if he wrote it. It does seem like he's a real person. So, that's that. Okay. It sucks that I have to spend more time researching an article and the author than actually laughing at the article and enjoying it. From the Daily NK, North Korea, I think that's what that's for. Published October 2nd, 2025 by Jung Seo-young. North Korea holds public trials for breast augmentation doctors and patients. What the heck is this? A clip from a North Korean video showing a public struggle session obtained by Daily North Korea in March 2023. This is worse than Bigfoot photos. Look at this. What is that? Awful. I suppose, to be fair, this is North Korea. I can't expect there to be many photographers or journalists who are allowed to escape with their lives. Real people write LLM articles. I'm pretty sure so do LLMs themselves. As growing numbers of North Koreans become curious about breast augmentation surgery, the regime is seeking to quash the practice by holding public trials for both practitioners and patients. Quote, a public trial was held at a culture center in downtown Sariwon? I'm not sure how to pronounce many of these Korean cities other than the big ones. In downtown Sariwon in mid-September for a doctor who performed illegal breast augmentation and 2 women who received the procedure, a source in North Hwanghae province told Daily NK recently. The backgrounds of the doctor and the 2 women as well as the circumstances of their arrest were described in detail during the trial, which reportedly created a stir among attendees. The doctor had been caught performing the procedure at home. At home? I suppose if it's illegal, yeah, he can't really do it at a medical location, right? Oof, that's dangerous. If you're doing it at home, I'm pretty sure there's quite a bit of dust and other airborne particles that might be spooky if you're making incisions and stuff. I don't know. Yeah, I wonder if he's built like a sterilized room for these procedures in his home. Which is, I suppose, one way of getting around the North Korean government, but pretty sure this guy's gonna get fucked. The doctor had been caught, he got caught performing it at home. So in the middle of the operation, they like stormed in or something? The doctor had been caught performing the procedure at home using silicone imported from China, despite having little medical experience and dropping out of medical school before completing his surgery program. Oh no. That makes it even worse. He's potentially putting their lives in jeopardy and their health. After receiving orders from the Central Committee to stay vigilant for illegal plastic surgery, Sariwon police surveyed neighborhood watch units about the practice. A police officer then posed as an interested patient. Okay, that's how they found him. As an interested patient, infiltrated the home of a doctor rumored to be performing plastic surgery and caught him in the act. prosecutors presented evidence acquired by police, including wads of cash, imported silicone implants, and medical equipment used by the doctor in the illegal procedures. Public shaming and warnings. Throughout the proceedings, the doctor stood on stage with his head lowered, while the two women in their 20s standing beside him were too ashamed to raise their eyes. Okay, I think this is actually quite interesting because I am seeing some similarities where there are certain people here in the US who at one point in time stood up to a certain annoying orange, but ever since then they have capitulated to him and are now like his loyal lapdogs, who may or may not be named Ped Cruz, who says we should stop bullying pedophiles, and also a certain Marcus Ruby, who is becoming basically a chair, and every time he's in a chair, he tries to conform to the chair and just be all depressed and mopey dopey. So I feel like this is an accurate warning that we should be paying attention to here about the public shaming and the power of the state. When the two women confessed during the trial to receiving the procedure because they wanted a better figure, the prosecutor railed against, quote, women under a socialist system who have been corrupted by bourgeois... What the heck? Bourgeoisie customs and engaged in degenerate capitalist practices. The judge also condemned breast augmentation surgery as, quote, non-socialist behavior, end quote, and warned that the woman would face severe punishment. There's that meme. Where's that meme? I gotta go find it. This is like the perfect meme for this situation. Please. Okay, there we go. I found it. Well, I am finding other images, but I don't think I should post those. Okay. What? No, what the heck? You copied the wrong image, bro. Okay, here. This is basically this article. This is what they're saying. Where did we go? The judge also condemned the breast augmentation surgery as non-socialist behavior and warned that women would face severe punishment. Quote, instead of being faithful to their groups and organizations, these women were consumed with vanity and ultimately became toxic influences eroding our socialist system, the judge said. During the trial, police reportedly patted down the accused women to confirm they had actually undergone breast augmentation, much to the shock of onlookers. What the heck? Are all of those comedians gonna come perform here next? Where they're gonna say that the things we hear in what did Bill Burr say? Let me go read his exact quotes. Quote, you think everybody's going to be screaming death to America and they're going to have like fucking machetes and want to chop my head off because this is all I've been fed about that part of the world. Is he gonna come perform here in North Korea next and then say, you think everybody's going to be what do they know for it? You think everybody's going to be trying to escape to the South Korean border and then being captured and tortured because that's all I've been fed about this part of the world? Is that what Bill Burr's next move is? I'm curious. Let me send him this article and see what he says. They patted down the women, much to the shock of onlookers. Police announced during the trial that women suspected of having plastic surgery will have to undergo physical exams. Neighborhood Watch Unit leaders are supposed to escort any woman with noticeably changed figures to a doctor to determine whether they had gone under the knife. Jesus. When was that? There was a certain outrage a couple of weeks or months ago where was it after the assassination where they were saying you should turn in your neighbors or report suspicious activity from your neighbors or something like that. Just basically the playbook of the kinds of people we want to not try to become. That's basically what they're doing over here. Women in their 20s in Sarawak are anxious that they will come under suspicion and be forced to undergo physical exams. Actually, there are some people who want to make physical exams for certain women based off whether or not they appear feminine enough. I don't know if it's just me, but I'm seeing some uncanny resemblance between what's going on here in this article and what's happening here in the US. Quote, some people at the trial joined the chorus of criticism, commenting that doctors will do anything to make a buck. But others were more sympathetic and suggested that the doctor had entered that line of work because he was struggling to make a living. Rippy-dippy. I suppose that's part of the problem, where you have to just be aware of a lot of things. Otherwise, you might end up like Bill Burr or Dave Chappelle. From The Hollywood Reporter, published October 2nd, 2025 by James Hibbard. Dave Chappelle criticizes free speech in America at Saudi Arabia Comedy Festival. Quote, it's easier to talk here than it is in America, end quote, the comedian told an audience at the Riyadh Comedy Festival. Brother, my brother in Christ. Dave Chappelle criticized the status of free speech in the United States while on stage at the Riyadh Comedy Festival in Saudi Arabia. I wonder who he's gonna say is the problem of free speech being an issue in the U.S. Is he gonna blame a certain annoying orange, or is he gonna blame a bunch of idiots on the internet and college campuses who aren't even like 25 or older? Let's see. And I guess the dumb adults who repeat that stupid idea. The comedian was one of more than 50 performers participating in the event, which has come under fire for being held in a country which has been accused of human rights violations and an oppressive regime. Quote, right now, in America, they say that if you talk about Charlie Kirk, that you'll get cancelled, Chappelle told an audience of 6,000 according to the New York Times. Quote, I don't know if that's true, but I'm going to find out. He then added, it's easier to talk here than it is in America. Well, the thing is, first of all, they paid you to go there. They're paying you to perform. You're a guest of honor. They're not going to treat you like one of their own citizens, which they can just do whatever the fuck they want to, and then nobody in the news is going to care about it or report on it. So those are very important cultural things to keep in mind as a comedian if you're trying to talk about free speech. So I don't know if whatever context he's going to say here at the rest of this article might alleviate my criticism of him, but we'll see. We shall see. Chappelle later noted he feared returning to the United States because, quote, they're going to do something to me so that I can't say what I want to say. Well, I mean, to be fair, what you've just done to yourself is way worse, so I'm curious how things will play out and who he's going to blame. Is he going to blame himself, the privileged comedian who's had a very blessed life here in the US to be able to do what he loves, and then go to another country as a guest, and where they really won't do much of anything to him at all because of international relationships? You don't kidnap or attack major performers from other countries if you're a place like Saudi Arabia, because that's silly. That's stupid to do. So is he going to blame himself for having gone through this and for having said these things, or is he going to blame retards on Twitter? Let's see. One local audience member, referencing ABC's brief suspension of Jimmy Kimmel Live, reportedly marveled that it was, quote, surprising to hear Chappelle talk about Charlie Kirk in Riyadh, when just recently America canceled Jimmy Kimmel doing the same. Given Chappelle is, obviously, a comedian, anything he says on stage can arguably fall under the rubric of, well, he was just kidding. That's what they say about a certain annoying orange as well. But his comments are, at the very best, rather ironic. In Saudi Arabia, media outlets are licensed by the government, and there is a long list of prohibited speech, of which he's immune from. And he seems to just not understand that, so I think that's important that he should know. Obviously, if he had done something extremely egregious, then they would do something, but again, they're not going to treat him like one of their own citizens, because they're not going to be able to get away with it. There's a long list of prohibited speech. Anything that inflames public opinion against the state, which sounds kind of similar to what's happening here, to promoting any non-Islamic religious expression or speech that supports activist causes. For instance, in 2022, student Salma al-Shihab was sentenced to 34 years in prison for retweeting women's rights activists on X. She was later given a reduced sentence amid global outcry. I'm pretty sure if Dave Chappelle had quoted what was said here, word for word, he would be applauded and thanked, and his joke would be laughed at while receiving. How much did he receive from this? Let's have a look. Let's have a look-see. How much did comedians receive for their performance in the Riyadh Comedy Festival that included Bill Burr and Dave Chappelle? What do you got for me, buddy? Comedians performing included were paid substantial undisclosed fees, with reports indicating top performers receiving up to $1.6 million for a single appearance. Tim Dillon, who was later removed from the lineup, confirmed he was offered $375,000 for his performance, suggesting a wide range in compensation based on star power and negotiation. Top-tier payouts. Some headliners, including Dave Chappelle and Kevin Hart, are believed to have received offers as high as $1.6 million, making it one of the highest-paying comedy gigs globally. Okay, and where is the source of that claim? From the New York Times. Okay, no, not from the New York Times. They want me to sign up for their stupid shit. I'm not going to do that. From Newsweek. A full list of comedians performing. Million. How much are comedians being... when was this published? From Newsweek, September 30th, 2025. How much are comedians being paid? Official figures for how much comedians are being paid have not been released to the public. Okay, so it's basically just stating what it said over there. Dylan at $375,000, and other performers had been offered as much as $1.6 million, but that's about it. That's the clearest indication. So I think it's kind of safe to assume Dave Chappelle and Kevin Hart probably around $1 million or so. Where did we leave off? Here. Even the comedy festival had purported speech restrictions. Oh, okay. With comedian Atsuko Okatsuka posting a list of deal terms. Where are the terms? I am curious what that means. Content restrictions, which read, "Artists shall not prepare or perform any material that may be considered to degrade, defame, or bring into public disrepute, contempt, scandal, embarrassment, or ridicule, A, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, including its leadership, public figures, culture, or people, B, the Saudi royal family, legal system, or government, and C, any religion, religious tradition, religious figure, or religious practice." I mean, we can do all of this. In theory, we can do all of those things here in the US because of the First Amendment. But clearly that's being eroded, and people like Dave Chappelle aren't helping. You could be fighting the good fight here, and instead you go over here for 1.6 million and then say, "Things are so much worse back home." Brother. One comedian, Tim Dillon, says he was disinvited to attend the event for an unearthed joke that he previously made about Saudi Arabia. Which arguably sends the message that if you wish to be invited to the Riyadh Comedy Festival in the future, you better not make jokes about the country, even when you're back home. A representative for Chappelle had no immediate comment. Comics attending the festival had come under fire by some for, quote, comedy washing the Saudi regime in return for big payouts. Bill Burr, after performing at the show's opening night on Friday, defended the project on his podcast, suggesting that the cultural exchange could have unexpected benefits. Okay. I feel like if your work relies on speech, you should be aware of previous instances and examples of attempts to do what you've done. Because if we look at esports, they got fucked. Esports is already a very corrupt industry with very many bad actors who are just in it for the money. The money's dried up here in the West because they inflate a bunch of numbers and viewer numbers and potential sales to sponsors. So all the Western sponsors are gone from esports. There's no more Nissan. There's no more Coca-Cola. There's no more all of the big guys. You fucked it up, and then you went to Saudi Arabia. And yeah, Steve Ironside of Team Liquid. Yeah, sure, he can wear a pride flag. He can wear a pride logo on his jersey, but no citizen in Saudi Arabia can. So, I mean, you're kind of being really stupid to be unaware of this. I hope they get better informed and reply appropriately, especially as people who have benefited greatly from the free speech we have here in the West. I don't know if they will. From what I've seen of Bill Burr over the years, it does appear as if his ego is a little bit too strong for him to maybe redeem himself of this, but we'll see. I hope he does make the right choice. I hope these comedians do make the right choice, but kind of cringe. Kind of really cringe. Quote, "It was a great experience." I think this is here. No, this isn't what I read earlier. "It was a great experience, that part of the world, and it was great to experience that part of the world and to be part of the first comedy festival over there in Saudi Arabia," Burr said. "The royals loved the show. Everyone was happy. Yeah, because they paid you for it. And they knew you weren't going to say anything against them. You're just like a dancing monkey." The people that were doing the festival were thrilled. The comedians that I've been talking to are saying, "Dude, you can feel the audience wanted it. They want to see real stand-up comedy. It was a mind-blowing experience. Definitely top 3 experiences I've had. I think it's going to lead to a lot of positive things." I don't think so. History has shown that it won't, and I think it's important to know that history and that cultural context. So, rippy dippy. And those are the articles I have. So, free speech is cool. The First Amendment is cool. The Second Amendment is cool. The Third Amendment is cool. The Fourth Amendment is cool. The fifth one. I like the sixth one too. What else do I like? Oh, I like the seventh one and the eighth one and the ninth one and also the 10th one. And also the 11th and the 12th and the 13th and the 14th and the 15th. I think also the 16th and the 17th and also the 18th and the 19th and the 20th and the 21st and the 22nd and the 23rd and the 24th and the 25th. You know what? I like all the amendments and all the Constitution. How about we proceed from there? So yeah, that's all I have for today. Thanks for watching. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for memeing. Good luck, have fun, don't die, don't be stupid. Try not to suck your own dick. Try not to swallow your tongue. And as always, I will see you next time. Bye-bye.